I don't know where I put that extension cable. Alright. Let's throw up the deck list on Moxfield before I forget. Moxfield. Your way to just like replace a full list. Does that work? Oh my god, that does work. Heck yeah. Import and replace. So we need to go. Update that. We need to go over to Twitch and update the Moxfield extension. Save. And where else am I forgetting? I know I'm forgetting somewhere. So sure I'm forgetting somewhere. Oh shit, Jund indeed. So I was kind of like going down the list of relevant decks at the moment, and if you go on Goldfish, let's pull that up so you know what I'm talking about. Go down Goldfish. I was like, oh, Nadu, that's going to be everywhere. Well, I could throw some Harsh Mentors and like Rakdos Charm for Nadu. Boros Energy, that's going to be everywhere. Well, we got like some Pyroclasms. We got Meat Hook Massacre. Jeskai Control, we're kind of a dog too. Storm's going to be pretty popular. Well, I haven't played Magebane Lizard before. I can give that a shot. Uh, Murktide, always popular. But we've got like unlicensed hearse. Not really much past that, but we got unholy heats in the main. But I was just like thinking about some of the decks, like, oh, there's some fun creatures that hit a lot of these things, like Harsh Mentor for Nadu, Magebane for like Storm and stuff, Charmall for Tron. And I can just throw a couple traverses in the main deck and see what happens. So that's what I'm doing. Hi, Gonti, immediately coming in with the raid. Thank you so much. Hopefully all the Sultai Murktide stream was going well. That list looks really sweet with the Ice Fang Coatls and stuff. I kind of want to try it. Tribal draw cards. You 5-0'd with that list. Well, I'm definitely going to try it now. It looks super cool. But welcome everybody. If it's your first time here, my name's Michael or Cntrlfreak on Magic Online. Play mostly a lot of Death Shadow, but have been branching out a little bit recently. And today we were playing the Modern 32 challenge with Jund Shadow. Because I want to sit here and cast Harsh Mentors and Magebane Lizards and Obsidian Charmalls and junk. That's what we're going to do. His hand pretty decent on the play. Removal spell into double Tarmogoyf. Be a lot worse on the draw. But we have at least three card types that we can easily get in the yard for value with the Wraith, Fetchland, Bolt. Traverse, we can get into the yard. Maybe value, maybe not. Glad to catch you live. Glad to be here live. But again, Gonti, thank you so much for the raid. Greatly appreciate it. Hope everybody's having an awesome evening so far. All right. So I am up against an unknown opponent. I think I'm just going to go Verdant Catacombs pass. Maybe I can get a Raucous Theater. Maybe I bolt something. Feels a little bit like Nadu. So if that's the case, let's go ahead and get our Raucous Theater. Bolt. I'm going to put Bolt in the yard. Bolt's a good card, but like it doesn't kill Nadu and it doesn't really push forward my game plan here. I want Overgrown Tomb or do I want Stomping Ground? Let's get Overgrown Tomb. It's like a Wraith, see if there's something we want to do other than Tarmogoyf, but I can't imagine much. Is there any reason I'd want a Nethergoyf and Bolt? Probably not. Well, that's a weird looking Nadu list. So we got Murktide instead. Okay. Well, that might make this start a little bit worse for us, especially if they have a quick Murktide. We'll see if the opponent decides that they want to untap. What's everyone's predictions for Monday? No changes. No changes. Unban Tybalt's Trickery. And Simian Spirit Guide. That's my guess. I feel like it's probably going to be ban Nod or man, I want it to be ban Nadu plus more stuff. I feel like it's probably going to end up being like ban Nadu and nothing else, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but no changes all formats would be pretty funny. I know like Pioneer wants some bans and Legacy wants a ban or two. So there could be a pretty wide range. Frog. Is there a world where I just want to go Nethergoyf Shadow? I don't hate Nethergoyf Shadow. If that's the case, I probably want to traverse for my third land. I could just play Nethergoyf and hold up Bolt. Just like make them go all in on this frog. I'm going to play another Gorf Shadow. It is a blowout if they have a Bowmaster, but I'm not in a good spot anyway, so I kind of like want to make them have something. And let's say they do have a Bowmaster to kill the Shadow, and then they also discard cards, hop the Frog, then maybe I can draw something to kill the Frog, and I'm kind of right back in it. Like, that would be a lot of resources just dealing with a 1/1 Shadow. But this plays a little bit better into something like Fatal Push that can't just kill my one guy, attack with the Frog, and Bolt doesn't do anything. Get some music going while we're having a little slow time. Waiting for our opponent. All right. So, like, worst case scenario would be block with the Nethergoyf, and they discard like 3 cards or 4 cards, kill the Nethergoyf, play a Murktide. So I'm going to no blocks. If they want to discard stuff to grow the Frog, that would be okay. But I'm not going to let them grow the Frog and kill my Nethergoyf. Get some music while we're being sniped. If we are, we are. Like, I don't particularly care one way or the other if people want to stream snipe. It's the risk of streaming big events, right? I don't particularly care for hand hiders, so... Just as a nudge to Harbinger in the sideboard. Makes sense. So that's potentially 9 damage. Start off, go into combat, see what happens before I commit to anything. Push my Shadow. An interesting choice. Usually you'd be okay with your opponent like fetch shocking, putting a Shadow on the battlefield. Or fetch shocking, growing the Shadow on the battlefield. Especially in like a race scenario like this. Alright, so here's a Tarmogoyf. If I fetch shock down to 8. What am I dead to? Not really dead to much. Not much that I wasn't already dead to. They grow they can grow the frog up to 7, but I'll be at 8. All their cantrips, I'd assume they can cast at this point, are 1-for-1s. I guess they could have like an Archmage's Charm. That would kill me. Yeah, but like with Nethergoyf out here, I'm pretty rough against Archmage's Charm, even if even if it didn't kill me. As Icefang Quaddle. So this is like the list that Gonti just trophied with. Kind of funny that somebody's already playing it in the challenge. So I am just dead to that too. Super dead to that. Own it. I'm already dead. You're overthinking it. I do appreciate them showing me their list though. So we'll take that. Alright. Thundertrap Trainer. That's the one that like ETB. Yeah. Non-creature, non-land card. Okay. So what's my sideboard plan for all of this nonsense? I can bring in Harsh Mentor if I want that. I've got Unlicensed Hearse. Not really... I don't really want Rakdos Charm just for nuking a graveyard. Do I want Magebane Lizard? Basically just ping you for 1 every time you cast a spell, maybe 2 occasionally. Pyroclasm hits Thundertrap Trainer, or whatever the thing's name is. Yeah, Thundertrap Trainer. It hits Bowmaster, Army Token, hits Icefang Coatl. There's some possibility there. Don't want Battle Rage. Trim some Thoughtseize. I think I might just bring in the Magebane Lizard over a couple Wraiths. Bring a Thoughtseize back in. Just like, can play it out kind of proactive. Like I said, if it gets a couple pings in, that's reasonable. Bring in 2 Spell Bombs, that's about it. No Harbinger in the sideboard with Pie's list. I like hearing no Harbinger. I'm not too good into Harbinger. Yep. Bowmaster very good in the matchup. We can get Magebane down under like a counter spell, maybe Bowmaster for like an Ice Fang. Maybe we can bobble ourselves into like a Thoughtseize or a Nethergoyf on turn 1. Sundering Eruption. Not particularly interested in a Sundering Eruption. So let's get Overgrown Tomb. Because all my potential one-drop plays, Nethergoyf, Thoughtseize, are all black. I don't want cheap viewers. Go away. Nethergoyf's a good pickup. Verse is good. So if I'm expecting them to play a frog. Show me the fatal push. Yep. Dude, what is with the view bots? They seem to be going absolutely haywire recently. Gotta sink into stupor. Let's try to resolve this unlicensed hearse right now. Not like a huge press to get this off the board. But I kind of wonder if I'm just supposed to. I can wait. Might have to like bolt it before I do anything next turn to try to play around Flare of Denial. Shadow's a decent pickup. Let's cast Mage. What do I feel like if they just hard cast Flare of Denial? I guess we'll just pass. I don't love passing here. But if I can, like, maybe bait them into an Ice Fang or something, that feels a little bit better. So there's probably a decent chance they have a Spell Snare at this point. Okay. They whiffed on this one. Let's just go ahead and go for the Bowmaster. Yep. Now we at least have an opening while they're tapped out to resolve something. As soon as we get priority back. Go ahead and bolt this trainer so we can unlicense Hearst the entire yard away. Eventually. Feels like Pi was siding out Flare versus aggro decks. Not sure if they're on the same plan. That makes sense usually. Like, Flare looks kind of awkward if you have to pay full retail for it. And a lot of the aggro decks are going to be able to keep your board kind of manageable. I'll give him this point of damage here. Clear out the blocker. All right. See if they have something like subtlety. No. All right, carry on. You're going to target my Mage Bane Lizard. Is there any world where I want to Unholy Heat in response to grow the shadow? I don't think they're going to fight over this, but growing the shadow does have some amount of merit, but I think I'm just going to let it go. Yeah, I agree on the keep for Frog. Oh, kind of rude. I would love to see, like, Croxa here. We do have a copy of Croxa. So we'll just take the actual factual counter spell. So they've got Flare, so if they top deck like a Frog, I can just Unholy Heat it. Harbinger of the Seas. Yep. All right. Do have a decent amount of red removal. Got more lightning bolts, got more Unholy Heats. We've got Bloodstained Myers. So it is a little funny that we got punished for taking the counter spell over the Flare because they drew a 3-drop. Wouldn't be a Jund stream if we didn't flood out at the most important time. True. But if they haven't drawn a counter spell, we're just a red removal spell away. Survey says. I love that it's all Bloodstained Mires too. Ugh. Alright, how far down were we? Lightning Bolt, Traverse for a Croxa. Okay. Well, I did not have this list on my bingo card, so I'm not too upset about that. I do have a lead going with Jund Shadow while we're between rounds, so let's jump into that. Beat Gruul Prowess round 1. So, who knows? Maybe the league goes better than the challenge. Update our record before I forget that. All right, what do we got? We've got a Shadow, we've got some lands, we've got a Street Wraith. Looks like to me. Are those snaps coming through? Sound ridiculously loud on my end. Thoughtseize. Don't mind if I do. You got a Thoughtseize and 1 land and a Guide of Souls and a Galvanic Discharge. All right, let's take your Thoughtseize, pass the turn. Means we can play Bowmaster on 2 and have Shadow out of Guide of Souls range on 3. Or not Guide of Souls, Galvanic Discharge range. Or we can just Thoughtseize Shadow now, because we ain't no cowards. Boop. Carry on. We're probably going to have to get like a chip attack in right here. Kept a card on top, so almost guaranteed to be a land. As expected. I mean, that looks pretty good to me. Hiya. What do you have to say about this? You're fetching, you say. Whatever could that mean? Are you perhaps going to Bowmaster? Where would you like this Bowmaster target to go? Me? Me? The blatant disrespect. It's been so long since we've had an exclamation TBR kill on the stream. Whew, exactly one. Always feels good. All right, so we got some sweepers to bring in. Got some hearses that can help with the flage. Caramel, no. Mentor, no. Break the ice, no. I don't think I want Mage Bane just as like a 1/4. You don't hit Planeswalkers. You don't do much. And then we'll just go like Street Wraiths out. Bay Wraith. Drop some Thought Seizes. Call it a day. On to game number 2. How can opponent play around cards he's never seen? How have somebody never seen Teamer Battle Rage? Are we that much in the boomer era now? Alright, hand's pretty bad. Hand is better. I could throw back Meat Hook. I could also throw back Ripples. I'll just throw back Meat Hook. There's like a chance I want the second sweeper. Not a big chance, but it's a chance. Seize away. That would have been the reason to keep the second sweeper. Take my shadow. I feel like that first shadow put the fear of a higher power into them if they're just immediately taking the second one. I'm okay with that. Is Ripples playable in Dimir? Maybe. I'm not like hugely excited about it. This is the first time I've played it, and I have yet to cast it. Tarmogoyf is pretty good. There's no way they play Blood Moon and Mardu, right? He said optimistically. No way you have Blood Moon and Mardu. It's like not even game ending though if they have Blood Moon. Just like Pyroclasm. Oh, sure. So this is attack because they know that I have Pyroclasm and just like wipe the board. I suppose that's fair-ish. So what if I attack in and they block and I just don't Pyroclasm? Alright. So we'll attack. If they block, we don't Pyroclasm. If they do block, I probably will. Am I expecting... Oh, they can't get back a Flage because they have basic Swamp. Even if they discard one, it's kind of sitting around. I guess they could like play a Flage now and try to set up for next turn. Marionette Apprentice. Okay. All right. I would like to get ripples down here with the shadow, so I think I'm going to get basic swamp. Play out the shadow, play out the ripples, hold up bolt. Gives me a chance to maybe find like another battle rage next turn. They hit a Flage that they can't cast. Always nice. So when does this trigger? Beginning of your first main phase. You don't want them going wider. It's a good draw. Get back a Bowmaster for 3 life. They can Reflection, a Marionette Apprentice. Also just get back Tarmogoyf. For science, indeed. Just kind of like, do I want to deal with the Amped Raptor, or do I want to try to deal with the Reflection by just like forcing through damage? I really need removal spells regardless, but so maybe I shouldn't have got anything back just to try to go to next turn and have the life to get a removal spell. Hmm. Also should have used my red mana for ripples instead of the black. My first time playing ripples. Leave me alone. Bounce to the hand, sure. We need a removal spell. Or am I just dead anyway? They sack this. Lose 1. They block. I lose 2. I guess I'm not dead. Not in a great spot. So I think I'm going to have to, like, look pretty aggressively for Battle Rage or Sundering Eruption. Sailor Moon, what's up? Double Goyf there, probably worse than Reflection. Just, like, depends on what Reflection or, yeah. Probably is worse with Reflection. Especially when they got the, what's it called? The Marionette Apprentice. Okay. Saw my Golgari Shadow video last night. Well, what'd you think? Good for you. It was good for me. I don't really want another removal spell. I'm also going to try to bait a Galvanic Discharge here. Like, hopefully they'll go for the discharge. I get to recycle the Street Wraith in response. Save my Nethergoyf. Do it. Oh no. Challenge started. What we got? Red mana with Thought Season of Bowmaster. So ship that. It's better. It's a little slow, but we do just have like some Nethergoyfs to kind of start powering through. I'm going to bottom the Sundering Eruption because it doesn't actually do anything for my mana progression. I'll cycle Wraith first because I would love to hit an untapped land. Go ahead and get Nethergoyf down so we can start chugging away. Other match. It took Pyroclasm. Okay. Let's hit for 4, play out this Ripples. We might have another Celestial Purge like they did last game. Moto. Moto. Don't do this to me. Be freaking out here in the middle of the challenge. They've got a Spring Heart. They've got a Summoner's Pact. They got a Shuko. A little bit of everything. Shuko, probably the biggest problem for me right now. I can Thoughtseize the Summoner's Pact next turn. Or not Shuko, Springheart and Nantuko. Probably the biggest problem for me right now. So I'm going to take that. Start attacking in. Get down the theater. So I can double Black Spell next turn. Should play the theater pre-combat in case I hit something that I wanted. But that's fine. Yeah. Doesn't want to wait for us. That's pretty fun. All right, let's get back to this stuff. We got a Sylvan Safekeeper. Sylvan Safekeeper with a Shuko. Temple Garden down. I've got a Thoughtseize Your Face. Summoner's Pact Finale. Let's take the Pact. Throw an Unholy Heat at the Halfling. I think the Halfling's more likely to get the land sacrifice than the Safekeeper. Yep. Here's another Nethergoyf. Okay. So they can finale for 1. That doesn't finale. Oh, we're gonna try to hit you in the face. If they get a... They get a Dryad Arbor, play a Saga next turn, and it's still only finale for 2. So they can't get a Nadu. And they're going to be on triple chump duty. Triple abyss mode. Finale for 1. For another halfling, okay. All right, well that one's not a Nadu. Something good. Nope. What you got? All right, on to game number 2. And we got some stuff for the Nadu matchup post board. We got some Harsh Mentors. We got Pyroclasms. Got Rakdos Charm. Not really much else that I want. What's coming out? Imagine he had it. I'm more shocked that he didn't have it, honestly. feel like I've played this matchup enough times to where like I just assume that they're gonna top deck a pact or something right there to go off. Okay. Nadu. Croaks is not too good. Battle Rage is great. Ripples is probably pretty meh. I can like trim on Thoughtseize because I'm expecting them to bring in every Veil of Summer under the sun. Lightning Bolt's worse than Heat because it doesn't kill Nadu, but I still want Bolts because I can always combat Trick with my Goyfs or Shadow. Bowmaster's pretty meh. So is a Bowmaster better than a Ripples? Probably about the same. Honestly, Ripples might be better because it does dig for like Harsh Mentor or fill up for Traverse. I think I'll keep the Ripples and get rid of the Bowmasters. It can kill like a Spring Heart or an Insect token, but typically if they have a turn where they're playing out a Spring Heart, they're playing a Spring Heart and getting like 2 Insects. And at that point, Bowmasters like doesn't really do much. Opponent mulligans. We will mulligan with them. All right. Throw back the swamp. Pendlehaven. Okay. Do Blood Crypt. Bolt here. Spring Heart Nantuko. I've been on Dimir for a while. Do you think there's a way to play Harbinger in the main? Yeah. I don't think Harbinger in the main's crazy like at all. Your kind of key to playing Harbinger of the main is if you decide if you're going like here, I'll go pull up a Dimir list. If you're going Harbinger of the main and you're keeping like the Shadow package, then you have to really commit one way or the other pretty early. Like either decide this is a matchup that I want Harbinger and I'm going to have to fetch out like a basic swamp early and just assume that Shadow is going to be a pretty dead card. Or I've got to commit to Shadow to getting Shadow out early and then trying to like maybe get a swamp later, right the turn you play Harbinger, or hold off until you can get a swamp. But you can't like go back and forth and play play a little scared with getting your basic swamp, you know what I mean? Okay. So if I attack with the Tarmogoyf, I'm assuming they're just blocking with an insect token. Which seems less than ideal for me. Now I doubt they're blocking with anything. Okay. We've got instant sorcery, creature, land in the graveyard. There's a reasonable chance that we just have to battle rage next turn regardless. So I need like a Sundering Eruption pretty quick, or ugh. Yeah. I think of the One Ring. What a just truly horrifically designed Magic card. Everything about it's like, ugh. Why? Okay. So, like a bolt would give us lethal depending on blocks. We also have to dodge them not killing us here. Would have loved... I wonder if I'm supposed to, like, mull a lot more aggressively to a Harsh Mentor and just assume they don't have a good way of getting it off the battlefield. Like, Harsh Mentor would have looked pretty dang good. Alright, Ripples. I believe in you. Believe in the me that believes in you. You're going to blow up my Ripples. Okay, well that does grow... No, it doesn't grow Tarmogoyf. Dang. So close. Forgot they have an Nantuko in the yard. Do we show them Battle Rage game 1? Oh, they're going to be dead, or they're putting themselves dead to the ring trigger. Do they have a way to stop this? They're like cord for a Nadu. Ugh. I'm counting that as a TBR kill. We're throwing it up. TBR kill. That's got to count, right? Cord for might. Yeah. Cord for might could have done it. Are they running might? They gotta be running might if they're running cord, right? Yeah, the first list I look at's got like multiple Haywire Might in the main. You beat the in-game boss. In-game boss is a buy. What are you talking about? That's easy. Especially when you run a bunch of harsh mentors that you don't actually draw into. So, from the first couple games, Ripples has looked pretty unnecessary. So I could probably just cut that for like a third copy of Traverse. Because I haven't seen Traverse at all. But we've had Delirium pretty frequently. So Traverse to go find up like a Magebane Lizard or a Harsh Mentor or something might be worth it. I will say Jund Traverse feels like it's got some potential now that we have like not only Traverse is your payoff for getting Delirium, but we've got Nethergoyf to go along with Tarmogoyf is like a reason to have a bunch of card types. So I wouldn't complain about that, especially if we can find a creature that's really good against the energy decks. Just like one creature that's really good against energy. But I don't think I'm going to try to play another round in between these matches. We only have... Oh, wait, no. We got 22 matches going on. Never mind. I was thinking it was counting down. That's my fault. That's on me. That's on me. I take responsibility. But X and 1 can totally top 8, so we'll keep on rolling along. See some Amulet Titan in here. I see some energy. I see some blue-red Murktide. See some Living End. I'm sure Ginger's on Nadu. Ooh, Sandile. So this should be energy. Nope. Need threats. Lage. So it looks like I was right about the energy call. Would love to have you turn 1. Let's get a stomping ground and just go ahead and play out the Tarmogoyf. Be mana efficient, then we can like triple 1-drop next turn. Also, Tarmogoyf doesn't die to a Galvanic Discharge here. Wait till I'll push. And I'm getting that Raucous Theater here. Yep. Kill off the Ocelot. How about a Shadow? Not a Shadow, but it does grow my Netherglyph. Bowmasters is meh. I think I'll save this Overgrown Tomb. If I find a Shadow, I might want to shock it in, but I don't want to shock it in right now. I'm assuming they also have a Bowmaster, but not going to stop me from using mine. Tarmogoyf's a good draw. Yep. Here's a Tarmogoyf. There's your Flage back, which we've got the Unholy Heat for it. You going at me, or are you going at my token? Going at me. Okay. That out of here. Interesting. So we can get that back next turn. All the flages. Yeah, just gonna throw dudes at you, see what happens. Raptor into a push. Pretty good. Pretty good, pretty good. Now, funnily enough, they have to keep this last card in hand or they just die to Flage. Which is pretty funny. Or they die to Croxa. So... We clearly know who is the superior Titan now. I don't think anybody in their right mind can go out and say Flage is better than Croxa after that performance. So obvious. Nothing else I really want. I still don't know for sure if I think Magebane Lizard is worth just bringing in as a blocker. Like, stands in front of Ocelot Pride. Stands in front of Bowmaster, Amped Raptor. You know what? I'm going to bring in a couple Magebanes. We're going to give it a shot. Stand in front of a Johnny and a Johnny's cat token. Like, yep. Got a Pyroclasm, got a Tarmogoyf. Have some removal spells. Have hopefully an extra crispy Guide of Souls. So let's go get Stomping Ground so that we can traverse for a basic swamp if need be. Pretty sure I shuffled you away. Emperor of Bones. Is that a card that this deck is like really that interested in? Am I just playing out Nethergoyf or Tarmogoyf? Beginning of your combat. At the beginning of combat on your turn, exile up to one target card from a graveyard. And like, it's a little annoying. So if I play out Tarmogoyf and they exile a yard and play or exile a card, play a Kroxa, they just get to kill my Tarmogoyf. Don't really like that. Am I crazy for being like, I don't want to deal with that, but I feel like I kind of have to deal with that? Throw that in the yard. Have to be pretty cognizant of like a super explosive turn with bombardment. Raptor into Fatal Push. Got it. Deal with this thing eventually. What do you think about Glistening Deluge against the aggro energy decks? I don't think you want to play like a sweeper that's more than 2 mana that doesn't deal with Guide of Souls with counters. Because Deluge is just like -2/-2 for 3 mana, right? Like -1/-1, then if that's white or whatever, you get 1 more mana off. I don't think that's worth it. Whites get -3/-3. Still doesn't deal with a Guide of Souls with counters, right? It becomes a 3/4. So once you get up to like 3 mana for your sweeper, it needs to be dealing at least 4 or have the chance to. One of the reasons that you can kind of get away with Pyroclasm is it being 2 mana means you can kind of Wrath, like focus removal spell on Guide, Wrath before it matters. But get more expensive than that. It's just kind of asking for trouble. They can double sack and take out my Nethergoyf if they want. Then I just kind of have to hope that they don't draw anything. We got the Nightmare in hand that I know about. No Flage into the yard. Got that a hand is fine. Drawing into Discharge. So Discharge kills Tarmogoyf. Kind of sucks. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't even realize that was a silent clearing. That was not what I was guessing that was. Ocelot Pride. Okay, so I need something to grow this shadow out of range. Let's get back Nethergoyf. So land, instant, sorcery, artifact. Play shadow. Say go. Ping me. So sack. Nightmare, sack, nightmare, sack, nightmare. 1, 2. Ping. Kind of okay. Yeah, I mean, they look pretty dead to me. Expert on the card Teamer Battle Rage, but you figure it out. I know your hand's a Sacred Foundry, a Chthonian Nightmare, and a Giganta. Exclamation, TBR kill. All right. How close are we to our next round? 5 matches to go. It's pretty close. Ooh, so what are we? 1-1. We'll hit 100 at this rate. Fingers are crossed. I would love to hit 100 TBR kills. It's so awkward because, like, you think of TBR and it's kind of, oh, this card that I'm sure that Mike's cast 50,000 times and won games with it. And I have, but I think we put the count up like right before MH2 and TBR fell off super hard, like at MH2. So we started playing things like Ragavan and DRC and cards like that that weren't really TBR targets. We also spent a lot of time pre-MH2 playing Blue-Black Rogues. If you remember that deck. Blue-Black Rogues with Luris. Had a lot of fun with that deck. Unfortunately, the Luris ban just legitimately killed it off the face of the earth. But that deck was super, super fun. Soaring Thought Thief and Thieves Guild Enforcer. There's a bunch of cool janky rogues too. There's like an MDFC rogue. It was whenever M. Hayashi talked about that card. About TBR being bad. Yeah. That's been pretty consistent, like, feedback from people after they get TBR'd. It's just like, oh, that card's bad. And like, okay. But can you sign the match slip? I gotta go report. See if I can find this plug-in spot back here. Like, that's my absolute favorite thing in all of Modern, probably, is TBR somebody and then they just look at you and they're like, why are you playing that in 2024? It's like, I don't know, because I like winning, I guess. And then, can you sign this? You won't let me turn it in without your signature, without your John Hancock. Okay. Now we got a little dead time here. Sorry. Everybody's got to suffer through it a little bit. Is there anybody else streaming that we can go watch? Ooh, Dingo's streaming.
We now need a German hedge maze.
See that German hedge maze was heckin' labyrinth. Pretty funny. What else? Streaming. Gingers between rounds. Dingoes between rounds. Everybody's like playing the Pioneer Challenge. I don't want to watch somebody playing the Pioneer Challenge. I don't know enough about Pioneer. Though I did finish I saw Swish was playing Pioneer. Yeah. Gotta watch somebody playing Modern between rounds. Watch some Mill. Only 2 matches left. Must not be that much Nadu. But I do like Switch Gaming's channel. Just, if we're playing Modern, we gotta watch Modern between rounds. If we were playing Pioneer, we would watch Pioneer. I did finish putting together Is It Phoenix on Magic Online, because the deck is, like, surprisingly cheap. Get music gone, and we'll turn Zeriak on.
Are they going to draw their land?
You can always watch the DNC. For the sake of not getting political on the channel, I won't. I remember when, who was it? It was Ross Merriam went on like an absolute tear with Blue-Red Arclight Phoenix in Modern with Crackling Drakes in the sideboard. It's like, obviously everybody was boarding in Rest in Peace and stuff like that. You just play a Crackling Drake and it would be like an 18-4 or some stuff. Just like one-shot people.
Spot removal versus me. It's kind of funny.
Super fun to watch. All right, Zeriak, don't let me down. Gotta Mikakoro them out.
Spot removal so far.
I gotta like turn it down low enough to where I'm not gonna get a copyright strike if this video gets uploaded because of the music in the background of Zeriak stream. So I guess I probably just have to mute it. I hate that. Sorry, Zeriak. If you're listening in, don't be mad at me. I can't have non-copyright music playing in the background. You're supposed to Mika Koro to see if you draw a card to potentially crab. I don't know. I don't know what the typical game plan is for Mill. Like, how aggressive do you need to be about finding crab stuff versus not? Nope. Crab people. Crab people. But it seems like going and untapping into them having counterspell could be a little dicey. Also, it's got to be fantastic when your opponent's like not drawing fetch lands. And they found the Field of Ruin. Oh boy. Oh boy. This is Mill popping off. If you ever thought to yourself, I wonder what Mill looks like popping off, this is it. This is height Mill. There were a Mill Storm card. No, don't respond. I said don't respond. I said it. I said not to respond. I'm assuming you just go for the archive traps here. Like, if they've got a counter spell, they're going to have a counter spell for it anyway sometime in the future. But if they don't have a counter spell, Force of Negation. All right, what do we got? One match left. Let's see who's doing well. Iomatic was our first round opponent. They lost in round 2, so we got to remember to send them an angrily worded email. Ari's 2-0. Nahuel's 2-0. I don't know like the vast majority of these people. Sven's 1-1. Dingo's 1-1. Iomatic, Ginger 1-1. No E dropped. House of Mana dropped. Dariok dropped. Pretty small challenge. What is it like? Oh, it's exactly 64. And we've got to make top 32 for money back in 5 chests. How many rounds is this? 32 should be, or 64 is 6 rounds of Swiss and then cut. All right. How long did their first one? Is that, does anybody know offhand if this is like the first match took 13 minutes or the first match was finished at the 13-minute mark? And then the second one was finished at the 27-minute mark, or the second one took 27 minutes to finish. Got Mardu shadowed to death yesterday, and here you are live. It's really our shadow hours. Was it Mardu with Ranger Captain? Because a couple people in some of the other Discords, the other Discords that you wouldn't know, they go to another school. They've been talking a lot about Mardu Shadow with Ranger Captain of Eos, and a lot of people really like that card. I'm not a big fan. I know sacrilege, but just not the thing I'm really wanting to do. I played Mardu Shadow back when Faithless Looting was legal because, like, Faithless Looting away a Ranger Captain, unearthing it on turn 2 was busted. That's not the times we live in anymore. No, I've played Mardu Shadow with like the Stoneforge package before and really liked that because I do think there are like some swords you can get some good value out of. Batter Skull, really good. I don't think Caldra's that good right now. Especially now that the unfair decks like Tron have Kozilek's command. So they can just exile the germ token. God, that's so rough. Then Titan, Amulet Titan has got the 1 ring, so they can just like blank your attacks. And everything's got stuff. What else would go in Mardu right now? I think like Prismatic Ending is okay into like Nadu. So you can hit Shuko, you can hit Mana Dorks and whatnot. Sun Cleanser is obviously good. I do still think Stoneforge is like one of the better reasons to go white. But you got to have like some big payoff for going white, either Ranger Captain or Stoneforge. Or like Mardu Shadow for Flage. That's a real thing, right? All right. 30 seconds to round 3. See what we got. But we beat Nadu round 2 and we lost to Sultai Sultai Murktide or Sultai Frog round 1. But we beat Nadu. That's the important part. We could do it again. Maybe. I was going through looking at like the deck lists for a lot of the recent challenges. There are a lot of Nadu and energy lists. On the die roll. Love it. Bless Vaughn. Keep it. Let's just lead off on Nethergoyf. We get an Overgrown Tomb, play the Nethergoyf, and see what our opponent decides to roll with. But if they've got a Galvanic Discharge, we can just like play out. We can play out Tarmogoyf on 2. If they don't have Discharge, then we can decide between attacking Bowmaster, Guide of Souls. It's a pretty good pickup. Oh, that's so good. That's so good. We get to kill you, attack, and play out another threat. Love that. Now maybe they do something like play a Johnny, and I get to Bowmaster the token, make them decide on flipping and attack. Ravioli. Ravioli and cheese. Okay, what's the plan? Could shock in, play Tarmogoyf Shadow if I just want to like commit more to the board. I could attack with the intent of Bowmastering down the Ragavan. I don't hate that. Let's crack in. I feel like they're not going to block, yeah. They are tapped lands. Say go. And I kind of want to see if I can get them to spend the energy on the Ragavan. I'm going to choose not to use the Ragavan. Guide of Souls is going to target itself. We'll shoot down the Amped Raptor and block the Ragavan. Nothing. Well, opponent, I'm going to attempt to throw a lightning bolt at your face. Good? We good? Yeah, we good. Love to see that. Really good game one against the energy opponent. So we've got Pyroclasms, Meat Hook, definitely. Unlicensed Hearse for Flage. Board out some Wraiths. And I think I decided last time that Magebane Lizard just as like a blocker is reasonable enough for me to consider. And we'll go like that. Who knows? Maybe there's like a Magebane Bolt myself Battle Rage with a shadow outline that ends up being pretty sweet. If this made green mana, I would keep it. Since that does not make green mana, we'll go to the next hand. That looks better. What am I getting rid of? Artifact, land, instant, potentially sorcery. So do I want to just get rid of the second Mishra's Bauble? Seems fine. Shadow on top. I do like the idea of drawing a shadow. So let's keep that there. See what happens with this Guide of Souls. I do have to be a little bit careful of Blood Moon. So maybe I want to traverse up a basic swamp. It's a weird looking pyroclasm. Kroxa does give me delirium. So I'll probably plan on just like bolting the Ocelot Pride, taking a couple points, maybe getting a Raucous Theater. Flaged. Okay. What are you going to do with this guide? go ahead and get a Raucous Theater. Find Hearse. We can go Sundering Eruption. Hearse. Oh, I think I am going to play out the Shadow. If they have a Galvanic Discharge and they kill my Shadow, it gives me Delirium so I can just traverse for another one. If they don't, I guess that kind of sucks, but... Okay. Well, we can still traverse for another Shadow. Not the end of the world. Not great, but not the end of the world. Okay. Or I could just get a Bowmaster. That's probably better, right? Bowmaster to shoot down the Ocelot Pride and like stand in front of some tokens. Okay. Soul Guide Lantern. Why is the headset going out? Plug this in. And should be back up. Okay, so we could just like play Kroxa and try to nuke a card out of the yard. Doesn't seem completely optimal. Think I'd rather try to get them to like waste drawing off of this Soul Guide Lantern. Like so. Okay. Tapped Black Source. Not a tapped Black Source. Let's see what they're discarding. I didn't even notice that they put Giganta in hand. Okay. Well, there goes the plan for Croxa. I can cast that though. I always think it's funny when it comes to Blood Moon, how it always seems to show up like at this point where you're both just trying to top deck something relevant. It's not like it's showing up in the beginning, like in an aggressively starting hand where they Blood Moon and you're just like, ah, well, dang, nothing I can do from here. I'm just going to keep exiling with Hearse until it's like a 2-turn clock. Okay. Or until I find a Pyroclasm. Um, no, I don't really want to swing. I guess I could. But like my fear is if their last card is just something like a galvanic discharge and they kill the Magebane lizard, I'm just in really terrible shape. Since they have this one energy lingering around. I feel like that's how I lose, is they galvanic discharge and then I just take a chunk. That's not really doing anything, is it? Like I've got 2 Pyroclasms, and I feel like if I just hit one of those, I kind of win the game. So instant, creature, keep my card types around. YouTube sub, Jeremy, thank you so much. Two, three, four, five, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So if I exile 2 cards, like the 2 baubles with Hearse, I can start maybe swinging with it. Oof. Pyroclasm? Nope. Just find double bolt. Yeah. Okay. Game 3. I'll have to go back through later and look at that one and see if there were some spots I could have played around Blood Moon a little bit better. I'm not really convinced that there were, but never hurts to check. Thinking about if I want maybe something like Charmal just is a threat that dodges Bolt that I can play out from like under Blood Moon. I also wonder if I just want to bring Wraiths back in and go like hardcore Shadow on the play. I don't hate that actually. I'm going to go kind of aggro on the play. Seems unlikely we didn't have double black. Any basic here would wreck us further in the early game. I agree with that. I don't think that I could have really afforded to get basics early. Maybe if I had a basic forest, it would have been a little different, but like basic mountain doesn't really do anything under Blood Moon. Sure. I can get basic swamp without too much of an issue here and just have little Blood Moon insulation. Speak of the devil. Is that the best thing to take? Or do I need to take something like the Fable that allows a little more? No, just take the Blood Moon. Go ahead and get it out of here. So I am on track to Croaks on 2. Turn 3, I can like bolt traverse for a threat. But I have to get Stomping Ground off of this to be able to Croaksa. I do not want Stomping Ground because then the turn after, I guess I could still Bolt Traverse, play out like a Shadow or something. Croaksa. Monophages. Okay. There's Amped Raptor. Lightning Bolt my face. Now, I cannot. How is this going to look? Blood Moon's gone. They have Fable next turn. So they're going to have Flage back the turn after that. I could bolt myself. Is that my plan? Bolt myself down to 11. Fetch Shock down to 8. No. Shadow's still dead to Galvanic Discharge. But it would mean that they can't Fable this turn. No. Just gonna have to take 2 off the Raptor, let them Fable. So we heat. No. I've got to save the bolt because I need to be able to bolt myself. So we heat the shaman. Yeah, heat the shaman. Get delirium. Reverse for a shadow. Lay out our shadow. Say go. They discard a raptor and a lightning bolt. Raptor into a fable. Got it. So we're taking this. I know they have a discharge. When did they use the marsh flats? I already used that. So bolt in the Thunder Eruption. Did I just say I'm dead to lightning bolt? Is there any way that I can play around a bolt? Don't believe so. Escaping Kroxa doesn't really do anything. Okay, we've got time. We're in game 3. Let's think. If I shock in Sundering Eruption, attack, they double block the shadow, I battle rage it, I hit them for 10, 17, put them down to 2, bolt them, they're dead. Option number 1. If I do not do anything, they attack for 3. I have to bolt one of these. If they have the bolt, I'm dead anyway. Because they get to flage. No, they don't get to flage. No, if they have the bolt, I'm dead anyway. Because they bolt into turn, untap. Either have the land or attack with the shaman token and get back flage. So I'm dead to bolt no matter what. So if I'm dead to bolt no matter what, then I should just go for it. Yep. And they just discarded a bolt, so I have to assume they have another one. Guess not. I guess not. Shows what I know. Exclamation TBR kill. Like, maybe I'm just thinking too much ahead, but like, if I'm in the Boros seat, I've got to think the only way that my opponent is winning this game is a really big shadow cheesing out a bunch of damage. So like they're gonna have to damage themselves. And Bolt should be like the auto keep. Like what are the other two cards in your hand that you discarded or didn't discard instead of Bolt? $105 on the table for tonight. That's a very, very bold prediction. Especially if I don't really 19 is such an odd time frame. It's like our deck's not exactly super speed, so I don't want to rush through matches, especially if we've got like a potential uh, trophy league brewing. Obviously, I hate having dead time between matches. This is where I'm always jealous of the people that are okay with like quad queuing. Just like, oh yeah, we'll play like 17 leagues in between challenge games. Looks like Zeriak's also beating Energy. Energy's not even that good. I don't know why we're worried about it. Okay, I'm going to leave Zeriak on for a second. I'm going to run to the bathroom, and I will be right back momentarily, and we'll continue on with our Jund Shadow tirade. Enjoy the chair. All right. Not going to lie, I threw some leftover pork chops in the microwave. And I feel no regret whatsoever. Let's listen in on Zeriak while I eat.
It's actually still. They're just straight graveyard based though. Oh, game? Okay, you highlighted it. There it goes. Bring rid of our drowns. Rid of our surgicals. We're gonna go deluge. We're gonna meat hook massacre. There it goes. Pretty good one bridge. I mean, it's better than nothing.
I never had an emo phase, but I feel like I'm getting one now.
I'm going to full 3 because it's hard to get down that low anyways. Because all this stuff's 1 and 2 power.
Just making sure I hadn't missed over my match or something.
This ain't half potential. The hope is I can play around the endurance because of the 2 visions and just redraw into a decent hand. Like have a turn where either they endurance and I visions in response, or I get to visions, the endurance, and I vision in response and draw more.
But yeah, for everybody hanging out between rounds of the Modern Challenge, didn't have enough time for one of our Modern League matches. So we're just waiting for the last few matches to wrap up. Watching Zeriak in the meantime.
Sure. Or like now, I get to visions, and they got pretty much pitched now early. Which is pretty good for me. As I already see a basic swamp and a basic forest in here.
Jolly Rancher gummies.
No.
Made with huge fruit
Ads.
flavor.
Ads are only weakness. Zeriak, why are you letting ads run wild? 4 matches to go. "48 seconds of ads." Ugh. See what Dingo's got going on. We'll storm between rounds.
I'm bidding a wish, so they're probably gonna surgical move. I have lots of mana though. Cycle DeLorean.
Think his ads are really bad. Get like 5 minutes of ads a couple times
Gosh
an hour.
dang it.
Ads across the board are ridiculous. Like
Wish Ruby Medallion.
one of my YouTube videos, you have the option whenever you upload the video of like setting your ads break spots yourself or letting the YouTube algorithm pick and put your break spots. Usually I always put mine myself so that I can place them like right when a match is getting ready to start and kind of like mid-roll between matches. But I let the YouTube algorithm do it one time, and I got like 4 messages after that video that were just, hey, is there any way you can check the ads? Because they're kind of ridiculous. I'm like, I can't do much about it outside of just manually placing all of my ad breaks. Yeah, so since they started letting people like YouTube algo place ads, it's definitely gotten worse. I will say that there are like Reddit threads all over the place about how people should be placing their ads. And a lot of the advice given on these threads is just, oh, you should place an ad break every 2 minutes through the entire video, no matter how long it is. That seems ridiculous. So that's just to say that there are people out there instructing people to place ads just all throughout all of their videos. It gets out of hand pretty quick. This Words on Stream game seems pretty fun. I saw Derek, Misplaced Ginger, playing it too. So maybe that's something we check out at some point. What I really miss is playing marbles on the old Will Hall streams. Ooh, marbles was a blast. Skip 3 levels. That's so many levels to skip. What kind of time we got? 3 matches still. We have Nassif playing in this. Is that why we're taking so long? But back to the list. What do we think of this Jun shell so far? Like, obviously right now the only things I'm splashing for are Tarmogoyf and Traverse. I was looking at Abrupt Decay. I thought about Assassin's Trophy. Thought about Veil of Summer. I don't know. I think this sideboard creature package is pretty good. And having access to like Traverse to find them is really nice. I think that if some of these creatures are as good as I want them to be, like Magebane against Storm or Harsh Mentor against Nadu, Charmaw against like Tron variants, then it's probably worth going up to like 3 copies of some of these. I kind of cut back like 2 Magebane and 2 Harsh Mentor and 2 Pyroclasm and 2 Mage Bane and 2 Hers, 2 Charmal, and some Break the Ice. Because I didn't want to go like all in on these. But I think the combination of not going all in on the creatures and not going all in on the traverses means I'm not going to see them as much as I want to. Thoughts on Malevolent Rumble? So, sorry, cough mid-thought there. So, Malevolent Rumble, I do think is a really good card in a vacuum. I know a lot of times when people mention Rumble, they say it like, oh, it's 1 mana because you pay 2 and you get a 1 mana rebate. And that's true for some shells. I don't think it's necessarily true for this deck, mainly because colorless mana does next to nothing for you. You've got like Bowmaster, TBR, Tarmogoyf. That's it, really, when it comes to colorless mana. So I think if you're using Rumble to dig for some more stuff, there's probably better options. If you're using Rumble as a way to like fill your graveyard, I don't think we're necessarily a deck that has to have like this massive 20 card graveyard. I think as soon as we get like 4 or 5 card types, we're kind of fine. So if it were me, I would probably play Ripples before I played the Malevolent Rumble. But I'm not like super interested in Ripples either. If Malevolent Rumble gets a permanent, right? If it could get like Teamer Battle Rage, I'd be more inclined to check it out. It can't get Sundering Eruption. It could get what's it called? Gore Clan Rampager. Now I will say, back before the Fury ban, when Scam was everywhere, I did play a Jund Shadow Shell with Giganta as a companion, 3 or 4 copies of Fable of the Mirror Breaker in the main, and Croxa, and just like absolutely obliterated mid-range mirrors. Mid-range mirrors, control matchups, pretty decent into combo. Just had problems with like Living End and Blood Moon decks. If the format slows down a bit and like energy isn't as prevalent, if you see more mid-range decks preying on energy, and that deck, that kind of shell comes back, I could see Malevolent Rumble being really good in that, because you were just this really good late game Croxa deck, and Rumble really fits into that kind of play style. But I think right now, if you're trying to be an aggressive deck, especially an aggressive deck with not a lot of colorless mana pips, it's really difficult to take advantage of like taking a turn off for Rumble. If we had more stuff like Nethergoyf that we got value out of having in the graveyard, it would be a lot better. Like Nethergoyf is cool with Rumble because you throw your Nethergoyf in the yard with some card types. You can use the Scion to help escape it. But with Croxa, you can't use the Scion to help get it back. And I think Croxa is like the better thing to be doing. I gotta word it carefully. If your options are between playing a threat from hand and escaping a threat from the yard, I think Croxa is better than most of the threats you're going to play from hand. And I think Nethergoyf is worse than most of the threats you're going to play from hand. So if I'm filling up my yard with the intent of getting something back, I would rather that thing I get back be Croxa than be Nethergoyf. because if I am planning on getting something back and I've got like a Nethergoyf in the yard and a regular threat in hand, I'm probably just playing the regular threat in hand. But if I have a Croxa in the yard, I'm probably getting the Croxa back. Does that make any sense? Or am I just like absolutely out in nowhere here? It's like a tier list. Like Croxa, escaping, sticking around the battlefield, threat from hand, then Nethergoyf. Now, once you start adding in like Detectives, Phoenixes, and Croxa, Nethergoyf, something else, then maybe you're getting closer to Rumble being a really good addition to a shell like that. Is just a way to fill up the graveyard, but still like not being able to use mana for Detectives, Phoenix, or Croxa is kind of awkward. All right. Keep this. Golgarber. Says last played Hollow One. That's kind of scary. Opponent does mold a 6. Think I'm going to go Bobble myself. Land pass. And I'm going to take that second land. And the reason being, I really want access to a removal spell on turn 1. So I can go like removal spell, untap Tarmogoyf on a clear board. Especially if they are actually Hollow One. Let's get a Stomping Ground. Bolt the Flame Blade. Bolt instead of Unholy Heat because there is a chance that we get to Unholy Heat like a Hollow One down the road. Get Swamp Play Tarmogoyf. Go. All right, nothing on their end. That's a good pickup. Nothing on their end would make me believe this is like a Bowmaster. I'll bend the Shadow because it does grow the Nethergoyf. Hold that. Okay, now do I want to Bowman their Bowman? I think I do. I think I like that a little bit more than Nethergoyf here. Because it does look really good into an opposing Burning Inquiry. And it lets me hold this Unholy Heat back. And Bolt into Inquiry. Oh, Bolt Goblin Lore, sure. So this is 6, 11. Cycle in case I find a Bolt. Nope. Rack in. Another Goyf. Pass the turn and see what we got. Going for the burning inquiry. Oh, is this a Phoenix? Love that. You got it. Sure. Taking 4. Why on earth would I fetch when I've got a chance to up the TBR kill count? Joint. All right. Exclamation. TBR kill. Almost to that magical 100 mark. Okay. Hollow one. Hollow one, hollow one, hollow one. Rakdos Charm nukes a yard. Hearse nukes a yard. Pyroclasm's probably decent in the face of Flameblade Adepts and Flameblade Phoenixes that aren't on something and Bowmaster. I don't think I want Magebane this turn or this game. Maybe that's wrong. Magebane could be okay. Meat Hook might be okay. You know, like board out. Yeah, I'm going to board in a Meat Hook on the draw. I think it's a pretty good stabilizing card. That is all of our fetchables except for one Stomping Ground and a Raucous Theater. No fetches. All fetchables. Let's keep the hearse. Let's throw back the Meat Hook. Nihil Spellbomb, eh? Hollow one, Lightning Bolt, Fatal Push. Let's take the Bowman. I think I'm just going to go Mountain Hearse. Start chugging away at the yard. Wait and see if they decide to go for like a surveil land here. Maybe if they throw over, what's it called, that escapes. Not that one, but we'll take that one. Hit the Street Wraith, because that's a lot of CMC towards another Phoenix. Hard cast a Phoenix. All right. Let's Thoughtseize the push. Right. Thoughtseize the push. Play the shadow. And I need to get this 2 damage in to get them down to under 13. Just in case. Rip a Burning Inquiry off the top. Are we casting it in the face of... We are. Did discard the Lightning Bolt. Oh, this is close. Super close. What you got coming off the top? Nethergoyf. Okay, so what if I bolt the Phoenix, exile it? Can I attack? One, two, three, four, five, six. If I attack, they just like 100% take it, right? Do I have a choice? I think I kind of have to attack. One unknown card in hand. You saw Teamer Battle Rage game 1, so maybe there's a chance that they throw the hollow one under the shadow because they don't want to die to a TBR again. Yeah, I don't think you block this either. Wish I had a fetch land, but not the way the cookie crumbles. Another Goyf and pass. All right, well, that means I have a way to crew the hearse next turn, so I've got 3 attackers. Where are you going with this? Onto the hollow one. So I go block on the hollow one because I have to. Bolt the Phoenix. Go ahead and exile the Phoenix, and I know they've got a Bowmaster in hand and a Nether Goyf. Nether Goyf in hand, Bowmaster in exile. This gets enchantment, and we'll get artifact. This is going to put artifact back in. So I guess I should have gotten sorcery. Bowmaster to ping off the Nether Goyf. Mm-hmm. On something good. Heat. So I could go heat the Nether Goyf, play my shadow, crew up the hearse. Like, I need to attack to get a blocker off the board. But I'm also just... I guess I'm dead to bolt regardless. So let's... attack to get a blocker. There's so much stuff I'm dead to. Dead to a Bolt. I'm dead to a Phoenix. I guess I'm not dead to a Phoenix. I can let them bestow and then, like, heat after they bestow. No blocks. Be pretty happy if they block with another Goyf. Line draw. Okay, so counter on the Bowman. That doesn't matter. See what NT rips. Hollow one. They've discarded one card. So they can cast the hollow one, but they're just dead. Or they can cycle it. So they need to cycle the hollow one to try to find a bolt, right? Yeah. Why didn't they cycle the hollow one? I think they're supposed to cycle it before damage so that they get the exile off the NT and the draw off the... They can't cycle from exile? Really? Oh, because of discard. You're right. Huh. Shows how much that came up yesterday. Spoiler, none. Fair enough. Well, on to 3-1. Let's jump into our league match. There you go. Let's reset Moto real quick. Moto being Moto laggy. Oh my god, that's a buff hair. That rabbit did not miss leg day. So 3-1 with 2 rounds to go in the challenge. 3-0 in our league right now. It's a good day for when in doubt, Jundum out. I'm gonna have a field day cap cutting this this stream. I usually never like double queue, so I never have to worry about cutting out segments in the middle of a full live stream. But if we end up having like a decent league and a decent, I'm like, did we run back into Sandile? Come on. Ah. They're just sitting there jamming through leagues like nobody's business. Like, how are we going to get back-to-back Sandile? Ben Ripples. Part of me wants to just play double shadow here. The other part of me is not completely nuts. I do hate the idea, though, of like playing a really good match against them in round 3 and then getting instantly re-queued round 4 and they know what I'm playing. It's not like end of the world, but kind of, oh, probably be a lot better if that weren't the case, right? Will we see a Flage versus Croxa showdown? We might. We might. Yeah, we're just going to rip the Battle Rage off the top. Ready for it? Off the top rope. Not quite Battle Rage. Like, no reason to block there. If I've got Battle Rage, you're dead anyway. So... So close to the Croxa Flage showdown. I wonder if they had an open or functional opener and like threw it back because they knew the matchup, or if they had a dysfunctional opener and threw it back regardless. One of those little things I always want to know. So I like never see the energy deck mulligan. It's like mulligan proof. And I think it just has a lot to do with the fact that like all the decks 2 mana plays catch you up, all the like 3 mana plays pull you ahead. Let's go ahead and get basic swamp. And let's just go ahead and play the lizard. Jonathan. Go find us a theater. All right. Hopefully we don't get a Johnny too badly. Johnny's got 3 loyalty when flipped. So if I meat hook for 2, I do kill my own Nethergoyf. Unless I like traverse for a basic. Or I could just meat hook for 1. Could also just Sundering Eruption to get a sorcery in the yard. Push my Goyf. Okay, that does grow Nethergoyf, so I'll take that. Burn, baby, burn. Ba-da, ba-da-da, burn, baby, burn. Yep. You got it. Okay. Am I traversing for the mountain just to use the traverse and get a sorcery in the yard? So we might as well, right? Got it. I believe they had Chthonian Nightmare last time. That's a pretty good pickup. So I could... let's just play the Shadow Pass. Don't love it, but I can always bolt myself and save the Shadow, or bolt the Ajani if they decide to get frisky. Purge my Shadow. Okay. And I feel like I'm supposed to just bolt the Ajani now. If they have a Nightmare, like, it's pretty bad for me anyway, but they don't, then maybe I can find a chance to, like, traverse for a Croxa. Get something rolling. So I can get Croxa. I could get Bowmaster. Bowmaster's like pretty decent into the current board. Because I can, like, Bowmaster ping the warrior token, grow the army, start attacking, but Croaks is probably like the thing that wins the game. Gives me a chance to, at least. I just need them to whiff from, like, now until the end of time. Like, that's a very reasonable request. And if I so happen to top deck a Pyroclasm, so be it. Land, sorcery, land. I've got so many flages. All right. Let's fetch up something that may get us closer to Pyroclasm. They have a Bowmaster and they're just like deciding to be come on, Pyroclasm. Come on, Pyroclasm. I could use you pretty dang bad. Give me some life off this meat hook massacre. Not quite right. Graveyard Trespasser? What day and age are we in? All right, so I cannot play out. I guess I can play out the bauble. I deal one to myself. If they have a creature, then they can throw enough to kill me, but speak of the creature. Bowmaster would be pretty good. For me, not them. Now I need something to kill the Ocelot Pride. Ooh, is that like the only one they could target that gives me a chance? A gain a life off of this. Think that's like the only one they could have targeted that gives me a fleeting possibility. And all we need to do is top deck a Pyroclasm. Certainly doesn't win us the game, but maybe, you know, gives us a... Oh, wait, no, we gained some life here. Nice. Nice. Meat Hook Massacre. Coming through for you, boy. Pyroclasm. Pyroclasm. No. Stop it. I have to cast this because if I don't, then I just get hit with the cat. They attack back. Or they hit me down to 1, and I can't cast a Pyroclasm if I draw it. Oh, man. Game, why are you so obsessed with taking this game down to the absolute wire? So another Goyf is dead. You lose a life. They attack with everything. We lightning bolt the Ocelot Pride. Oh no, we die because of this, because we lose a life, gain a life. And we're still dead too. Dude's attacking. So close. I know I'm going to look at the next card, and it's going to be Pyroclasm. Oh. Dang. I can't believe, though, that Meat Hook Massacre gave us a chance of getting back into that one. That was kind of crazy. Even though they were stuck on 2 lands for 10 turns. Approximately. But we are 3-1 in the challenge, waiting for the next round to start. So, not all gloom and doom. Ugh. What do we think we got round 5? What have we played against so far? Played against Nadu, played against Energy, that Sultai Control Frog deck. Hollow 1. Did we play against Energy in this? Can't remember what my round 3 match was. Oh well, it'll come back to me. Oh, just wait for this last match to finish up. Misplaced Ginger out here holding us from carrying on to round 5. Shocker, the Nadu match is holding up the event. Please, for the name of all things Justin Holy, ban that card on Monday. Won't get banned. I mean, if we're going off the track record of Wizards of the Coast, they're going to ban, like, Windswept Heath. Well, Windswept Heath allows you to get Hedge Maze that improves the consistency of Nadu. So for that reason, we're banning Windswept Heath. Don't you like the tournament conveyor belt? Dude, the coverage is awful. Watching the mirror matches is more awful. And this is coming from somebody that played during eggs. Like, I would still rather play against eggs than play against Nadu. Which is sad. Really sad. Like, ridiculously sad now that I think about it. Okay. Round's over. But I would also like to see another unbanning or two. Not necessarily like a Jitte level unbanning, but maybe like Ponder. I feel like Ponder wouldn't be that detrimental. We got Preordain. Preordain hadn't really done anything. So just like go with the next best one. Unban Uro. They keep Flage around. Maybe they have to. Unban Uro. Buff Croxa. And finally give us a blue-black Titan. That's what I want. I want a blue-black Titan that's like ETB. Give something -3/-3. You gain 3 life, or -3/-3. Each opponent loses 3 life, something like that. What'd you play versus so far? We lost to Sultai, the Pygonti Sultai Murktide list round 1 with like Ice Fang Quaddles and stuff. We beat Nadu round 2, beat Energy, and beat Hollow 1 last round. Who was it? They didn't drop. Yeah, Golgar Burr. I was playing Hollow 1. Then we're like 3-1 in a side league. Beat Energy, lost Energy. Beat something else. Why they banned Uro is no longer relevant. Well, then you run the risk of, like, if they unban Uro, it just becomes the same thing again, right? It's like Uro versus Flage, and who's got their Titan on board first, and everybody else is failing to compete. Some weird one-ups. Ripple is good. I cast Ripple one time, and I don't think it did anything relevant, so... Well, double Sundering Eruption in the blind against Tron is kind of funny. Whether it matters or not, it's a whole different argument, but let's see if maybe we can find a Thoughtseize. Nope. All right. It could be an Autumnal Gloom. Probably be better. Thoughtseize. Nope. Ooh. Well. I hate that we get to do all this like one turn short. If we were on the play and we got the Sundering Eruption here, might be okay. What did we lose to? Lost to the Sultai control deck round 1. Sultai Frog with Ice Fang Quaddle and Murktide and stuff. Had Xaxes on a Frog in game 3. It's a good match. Just, they got there. Natty Tron. It's always Natty Tron. I could not tell you the last time I played against actual Tron and they didn't have Natty Tron keeping 7. Like, I'm pretty sure there's supposed to be a fail rate where you have to, like, mulligan because you have one piece in a map, or you have, like, one piece and double star and ancient stirrings, and you have to hope. All right. Now, am I supposed to Bowmaster for the ring or Sundering Eruption? So I'm pretty sure none of it matters. Like, we're kind of... Yeah. Let's go Power Plant because they tutored up Power Plant. And we hope that if they have another one, they have to tap Tower to find it. Second copy of the One Ring. Yay. We're having fun. Aren't you having fun? How could you not be having fun? All right. Let's pass it to them. Just going to hope that there's some world where they activate the ring. We flash in Bowmaster, ping them. They don't draw anything crazy. Maybe they play a Worm Coil. They don't find Tron and they play a Worm Coil. Away. So many windows. Why does that open so many windows? Wormcoil doesn't exist anymore. Give me a reason to have hope here. And my hope is that Wormcoil does exist. The only hope that I've got. Because I'm probably just getting like all is dusted here. There's Tron. Sowing Mycospawn. Okay. Why don't you Bowmaster yourself so Shadow can get bigger? It only matters if you have Battle Rage. Otherwise, it's the exact same damage. World Breaker, World Breaker. Wherefore art thou, World Breaker? And I can't traverse for a threat, so let's go to game 2. Yeah, like if I hit them for 3, then I deal 3, make a 3/3 army. It's the same as if I hit myself for 3, my shadow goes by 3 and make a 3/3 army. The main difference is if my opponent has something like Devourer of Destiny, I would rather deal the damage to them, because if I deal it to myself and grow my shadow and they just cast a Devourer and exile the shadow, then I wasted that 3 damage. Five in. We got 7 in. We got Harsh Mentor in the face of the One Ring. It is mid, but like my entire deck is mid here. Trim some heats. Keep in bolts. Not casting ripples. Bowmaster seems meh. It's like a Rakdos charm over a mentor. It's on the play. I can blow up a map. Or like an ensnaring bridge. Mentor can't be better than Bowman. They're all like so far down the list, right? Like, do I even want to say Mentor is better than like an Unholy Heat? I can shoot a Karn. They all feel awful. I think once we get down to like that 59th, 60th card, it's just kind of whatever you feel like slotting in. Don't think about it. Just all right. Well, I said that I could Rakdos charm a map on turn 2, and by damn, we're gonna try. I really wish this dragon said like cost one less for each permanent your opponents control that can produce colorless. So if they went like land talisman, you could play it cheaper. Which blue black list should you try? Are you wanting to play a Murktide list, or are you wanting to play like a Nethergoyf list? Shuffled you away. No Murktide. Then I think like the Nethergoyf frog list is pretty solid. Frog just does not agree with me. Why, I could not begin to tell you, but Frog just hates my guts. All right, opponent, I'm going to start breaking the ice. Boom. Can't remember if I already saw this card or not. You don't like frogs and goyfs together? It's not too much of a difference one way or the other. Do I want to bolt you so I can traverse for whatever? Or am I just getting a land anyway, so it doesn't really matter? I'm just getting a mountain. Probably Bowman. Maybe Rakdos Charm if they play something that I want to Rakdos Charm. I like Merc and Frog together, just Nethergoyf and Tameo. I really like Nethergoyf and Tameo, but I know some people are really big on wanting to try out Frog and Nethergoyf. So I don't want to just assume that everybody's anti that. Are we doing it now, Mr. Krabs? Are we doing it now? How do you beat Tron? Let me show you. That one. I would advise scooping it up, opponent. I'd greatly prefer you just don't have lands. I wonder if I got an angrily worded email. Okay. Anything changing up going to game 3? Probably not. Do want to rethink this harsh mentor thing though. Let me pull up a Tron list real quick. Like Labyrinth returning a card triggers it. Saga making a dude triggers. One Ring triggers. Mind Stone draw a card. It doesn't trigger off Planeswalkers, does it? That's like the problem with it. Holding their upkeep like a burn player. You never know. Opponent might have something to flash in and then that like 7 mana colorless counter spell if you target you. Oh. Why do they get to keep 7 over and over again? You're not supposed to keep 7. You're supposed to mulligan. I can't do this. Hand's just like not disruptive enough. You remember back in the day when you play like traditional Jund and your entire game playing against Tron was mull aggressively for Thoughtseize into Tarmogoyf and like hope that was good enough? It's way better. So we'll throw back one of these Goyfs. Probably Nethergoyf. So if they have something like Tormod's Crypt. Plus Thoughtseize will grow Tarmogoyf a little bit better. Let's see. Let's take a look at the list. Boy, Frog, Fruit Wraith. Lorien revealed over preordain. I don't know if there's a world where you want Lorien revealed over just running the 4th preordain. It's like all you can get is Watery Grave or Undercity Sewers anyway. But I guess they are like pretty low land count. But I don't know. You're just like assuming that Lorien revealed is going to be the other land. But it could be another land. It could be 4th preordain. I've been running 16 with 2 Sink into Stupor, and I get stuck on 1 a good bit. Or like have to aggressively preordain to find the land. I'm not a big Spell Snare fan, but I know some people are, so I don't hate it. It looks straightforward. All right. Power plant. More copies of Break the Ice. Ooh. Let's take a Kozilek's command. Hope beyond hope that our opponent bricks on their 3rd land. And we get to just like double Break the Ice them. So, Overgrown Tomb. Break the Tower. So we're going to Kozilek's command for 0. Yeah, break the ice into Charmaul for sure, because I would love to be able to hit a 4th land and like Charmaul into break plus Tarmogoyf. And I feel like that would be pretty close to... Bruh. Opponent, I'm sorry. I understand if you want to hate my guts right now. Resolves. Should not apologize to a Tron player. Do you think there's a chance they have a Veil of Summer and I cry here? It's probably not even like the worst thing in the world. Nope. Yeah, you're right on not apologizing to the Tron player. Oh, give me an untapped land. Untapped land. No. They're going to be able to Myco spawn, but I do just have... like a bunch of stuff to swing. No, that grows stuff. Another Goyf. Play out a Tarmogoyf. Go. Holy crap. That was so many strip mines. Oh, good Lord. Kevin coming in right at the perfect time. Kevin, were you here for game 2? I had a double break, double charm all game 2 into double break, double charm all game 3. Oh, it was like game 1, they did Tron things. They ran us over. Game 2 and 3 was just a master class in drawing break the ices and charm alls. What do I change Narset to if I play the Tameo list? Let's pull the Tameo list up. Like, for one, I really like Tameo. I believe that you are the kind of player who would appreciate Tameo as well. So, I think give it a shot. I think Tameo is like one of the few things in these shadow decks that does something kind of broken. Like, Frog's good value, but Frog's not broken. We know. But if you're swapping the sideboard stuff, like any of these, you can swap pretty easy. If you think you're going to run into a bunch of opposing Murktide decks, then like having a second Mystical Dispute or a Spell Snare is fine. Narset was only there because locally I thought I was going to run into a bunch of Necro decks and One Ring decks and ended up dodging some of those. So Narset was a lot less necessary. If there were a huge anti-energy card, like some just energy silver bullet, I would say play that. What about Yogg? You could run Dolthy if you wanted a nice little tech piece against Yogg. You could run more Stern Scoldings. Solid Fountain 2 Sun Cleanser. I mean, been there, done that. Got a trophy with it somewhere. But if you're seeing a bunch of Yogg, like Stern Scolding's one of the better cards because it does answer Grist, which is a nightmare card to deal with. Soul Cauldron's a pain in the ass. Don't really have much flying options. I feel like someone's going to come up with a list that has just like main board Murktide or main board Nethergoyf and like sideboards into the other when it's not working. Like, oh, main deck Nethergoyf with Bauble, Wraith, Tameo, and then sideboard into like 4 Murktide and some more spot removal spells. Help like grow the Murktide and whatnot. Abrupt Decay. Abrupt Decay would answer, what's it called? Birthing Ritual. Birthing Ritual and Agatha's Soul Cauldron. So, Splashing Green could be okay. I don't know after those 2 cards. Like, what does green have or help you with once you get past Abrupt Decay? Maybe Veil of Summer, but I don't really feel like you need Veil of Summer. Are there any Silver Bullet cards against energy in green? You could also run the White Splash for Sun Cleanser and like Prismatic Ending. That helps a lot against Yawgmoth. Just pending the Undying dudes or pending the Grist. Ending the Soul Cauldron. So that could be your answer. Just go Esper, Pending, and Sun Cleanser in the sideboard. And you could play whatever main deck configuration you really gravitate towards. All right, so we got one more round of Swiss left. If we win this last round, see, there's going to be 2 5-0s, 1 XO after the Swiss. All the rest will be X1. We'll have a decent chance at top 8. How many X1s we got right now? This is 1, 2, 3, 4 slots. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So yeah, X1 will make it for sure. And there'll be 5 X1s, 6 X1s, 1 XO, and then 1 X2, I believe. Let me double check my math. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 X1s here. 4 of these will go on to be X1. Loser of this one will drop to X1. So that's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 X1s going into this next round. Plus 2 XOs. After next round, 5 of those X1s will win and go on. 1 of the XOs will lose. So 6 X1s. 1 XO is 7. And then 1 X2 slot. Whoever's the highest will make it in. So we control our own destiny. And here out, we just like won't play any between matches. I know we only have 1 left in that league, but I'm kind of terrified that I'm just going to run into Sandile for a 3rd straight time. Like if they're just out here jamming leagues nonstop. They trophied today. They have. Did they just wrap up a trophy? Like, they beat me and then finished that league for a trophy? Because that says 10:34, which is 20 minutes ago. Bro. Sandal, you monster. So we got Dingo at X1. Ginger's X2. I'm pretty sure Dingo's playing Energy. I think he had like a chat poll before starting. Which is probably fine. I'd rather play against Energy than play against Storm, which I think was one of the other options. These late Friday or Thursday? Stay Thursday. Either way, these late challenges are weird time-wise. Do I have any prismatic endings on my account? I feel like I do not. Prismatic. How much do prismatic endings cost? Probably one of those random cards that's like 2 ticks for an uncommon or something. I don't know if prismatic endings are uncommon or rare. Prismatic ending. 0.61 for the normal boring one. I think I'll probably mess around with Esper. That could be kind of fun, trying out the White Splash for Prismatic Ending and Sun Cleanser. Because Prismatic Ending would give another nice removal spell into the energy matchups. Exile a Flage, exile a, what's it called on one? Guide of Souls, hit a Flip to Johnny, and Lingering Souls. The big brain plays. Bitter triumphing a Lingering Souls in 2024. Like, your Amped Raptor has First Strike? Well, I'm going to throw 7 souls in front of it. Is it dead? Am I dead? We all dead? It's a sorcery for Nethergoyf, which is kind of nice because you're usually trimming on Thoughtseize in that matchup. There's some possibilities there. Chaos, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having an awesome Thursday or Friday, whichever day it is, wherever you're at in the world. Appreciate you coming around and hanging out. We have hop to it now. Is that like code word for the frog? Who's that one? But yeah, you could do... Let's open a new copy. Properties. Esper. Shadow. Tomato. Yeah, I was on YouTube too. Sorry I missed where you have the list, my guy. All good. If you hit exclamation... It depends on what deck list you're looking for, but exclamation deck will take you to the list for running in the challenge, the Jun list, and then you can navigate from the Moxfield link over to like the other lists if you're looking for one of those instead. Wait, energy plays in the festivities. We can't play. What on earth is in the festivities? Is that an actual card? Is that like one of those red 1 damage to everything cards? That's what it sounds like. I feel like I remember that card. Yeah, 1 damage to each opponent and each creature and planeswalker. They actually play that? It's like it wraths cats, so... No, we really need to return. The best sweeper known to Legacy. Good old Marsh Casualties. It hits true name Nemesis. Raptors and Ragmans. Okay, so it hits a pretty good bit. Like, I guess whenever I think of playing against the energy decks, I always think of I don't want a sweeper that's doing less than 2 because it misses Guide of Souls and it misses a Johnny. And then once you get past like turn 3, Guide of Souls gives something counters and like 2 damage isn't even enough. But a lot of those other decks are also doing a better job of interacting early. So I can kind of understand it. a little bit. Not a lot, but minute amounts. All right, so let's say we found room for a few prismatic endings. Put a deluge. Cut a hearse for a couple sun cleansers. I don't know. What do you think about consigned to memory? I'm getting like less and less high on consigned to memory and more high on break the ice. If your goal is beating Tron, there's like a decent amount of flexibility to consign, but I keep finding more and more that like trying to counter stuff against Tron, even if you have consign, is just like such a losing battle. But break the ice, being able to shut down a lot of the problematic stuff, as well as keep them off of Myco spawn some amount of the time, has been pretty solid. Like, it's got to be backed up with a clock, but break turn 1 like Nethergoyf, turn 2 break the ice is really solid and feels a lot better than turn 1 Nethergoyf, turn 2 hold up consign. Maybe I'm going crazy there because I feel like I run into Tron a lot. Like when the format first started, when MH3 first dropped, I ran into the Tron variants with like turn 1 Chalice, the Ugin's Labyrinth Chalice Trinisphere versions a ton. And I was absolutely curb stomping those with Force Negations in the main. But like those have dropped down, and now all the Tron decks are running Myco spawns because you can play around Force Negation, you can play around Land Hate to an extent. Clearly not if you have all of the Charmals and all the Break the Ices. But then in the mirror, you can like Charmal up a way to take out your opponent's lands, like Charmal up a Labyrinth to be able to kick your next Charmal to take out one, or not, Myco spawn up a Labyrinth to be able to kick the next Myco spawn and take out one of their lands, and then just like start snowballing. So the games don't even revolve around playing your big thing anymore. Just sad for Shadow. Those cast triggers can suck a butt. Ooh, still 5 matches left. I wonder if Misplaced Ginger's opponent just like didn't want to play against Nadu. So I feel like they ended very quickly. These challenges are a wild test of stamina. I mean, these late ones during the week aren't even that bad because you're talking about like 6 rounds of Swiss, maybe 7. But the big like showcase challenges that are 10 rounds and you're guaranteed to have a match go like 10 minutes over every time, those are a test of stamina. Because those half the time, at least where I am, start at like 6 a.m., 5 a.m. and go. So you got to get up early and then start just playing. Or if you don't get up for like the 5 a.m. one, you start at like the 3 p.m. one and you're going until 3 a.m. if you top 8 at least. Tired of playing 3 rounds in person. That's way too much. The last time I played a lot of paper Magic was when I was living in Seattle, going to Mock's boarding house, and all of their weekly events are capped at 4 rounds. Doesn't matter if you got like 70 people, it's going to be 4 rounds. And that was really nice because a lot of the times once you get to like 3-0, people are wanting to split for store credit, and it makes life really easy. But I've been to a few stores that will have like 60 player F&Ms, and they will go full on like cut to top 8, play for prizes, and you get to the end of the night and like you started at 6 o'clock and now it's 3 in the morning and you just played a full event for like $50 in store credit. Always wanted to play there. The facility is so nice. Really enjoyed the food. Yeah, they've got like a pulled pork mac and cheese that is so good. Like now that I'm qualified for the RC in February, if I go to Portland or like what's the other one? Charlotte, North Carolina in March, I might end up going to Portland in February, just like seeing friends I know in Oregon and then driving up to Seattle and seeing friends up there, then flying back. But have not decided yet. Everyone there's a split, or everyone there's a sweat, no splitting. I don't mind people like not wanting to split. I get that. I was at an RCQ a few weeks ago, and we get to like the round before top 8. I'm out of the running. Like I've gotten completely demolished this day. And there's a guy that apparently is just notorious for not splitting. Like that, it doesn't matter the prizes, doesn't matter the standing, doesn't matter who he's playing against. He does not split, period. And they're getting ready to play the last round of Swiss, and they can just draw into top 8. Like he and his opponent are at like table 1, last round of the Swiss. They can draw into like top 2 seeds, and they end up saying, nope, we're gonna, or this person who doesn't split ends up saying, nope, we're playing. And they play, he loses, drops down to like 7th or 8th seed with Amulet Titan, I think is what he was playing. And ends up like winning the first round of top 8. I can't remember how he did in the second round. But all I could think the entire time was like, dude, you have the choice between drawing into top seed, going into top 8 with Amulet Titan on the play, or playing the last round of the Swiss and potentially dropping down a bit, and you play and drop down, and that just blew my mind. Like I'm not upset at the guy for not splitting. He's got his conviction. He stuck to it. Bravo. I just can't wrap my head around it. And I know he's somebody that's like really good and plays a lot of events. So it's not like he doesn't know the advantages of splitting like over the long term. But still, just like sticking with it in that situation where you're at an RCQ and you have such a good chance of just winning the whole thing if you just split in the last round of the Swiss and take your top seed. Is worth the psychic damage to everyone around him? Apparently so. Like, everybody knew him. Everybody was like, oh yeah, he's playing. Better get ready. He's not splitting. So as soon as they get into top 8, you got people that are like, well, there's no point in even asking if we're splitting prizes because he's not splitting. Sure enough. But I don't know. Like you said, playing 3 or 4 rounds is a lot. So if I'm going to a tournament and I'm playing like 8 or 9 rounds and then have a chance to split late, make my money back plus some, more than likely doing it. Facebook invitation from someone who is so obviously a bot profile. And then you see people or see that you have like mutual friends with this person. Like, y'all can't be falling for that. Come on. Don't do it. Two matches to go. We get a shot to play for top 8. So Dingo's playing for top 8. Ari Zax is playing. Always sad to see acquaintances get duped by itself. It really is. But at the same time, like, I recognize a lot of people I know. So, living in central Mississippi, you're already in an area where technology is not the most widely available and discussed luxury. So I know there's a lot of people around that have not been informed or have not been raised in the safety standards of like revealing information online and knowing who you're contacting, blah blah blah. So I kind of understand some number of people just saying, oh, well, someone added me on Facebook, I'm going to be friendly and accept it because that's what we do around here. But it is kind of depressing to go through like the shared or the mutual friends or whatever, suggested friends, and just see profiles that are so obviously fake and be like, all right, well, some kind of scam's going on. Here's so-and-so that I know that's friends with them. And then like 3 days later, my friend is posting these obviously scam messages because their account got hacked. Like, don't know what to tell you. Living in California, if I see a friend fall for it, I just assume they're dingus. That's usually what I want to assume. But again, I understand, especially the older generations in the South. Technology is an absolute struggle. And if you start mentioning things like two-factor authorization, they just lose their mind. These are the same people that if they get a call from anybody that halfway sounds like they know what they're talking about, they'll give every piece of information in the world. Like, they'll get a call from someone saying, hey, I'm with your bank and we're trying to get this credit processed because we saw you put in an application and we just need to verify your social security number. If you could just give that to me real quick. And they're like, oh, yeah, of course. You must be friends with so-and-so that works down at my Trustmark branch. And, oh, yeah, sure, here's my social security number. And like, come on. Like, 101 with all of these phishing emails, or at least phishing email prevention, is nobody's ever calling you up asking for your social security number. Nobody's ever calling you up asking for your account number. And yet it still happens all the time. All the time. Okay, we got one match to go. They're playing for X1, so they could be relevant in the rankings here. Last time I was in the bank, they were talking to an old lady who's clearly been scammed out of money. It was sad for sure. Like, it just happens daily, because if it weren't happening so much, then you wouldn't have so many attempted scams trying to get you to be the next statistic. But like, also, if y'all noticed the ridiculous increase in scam calls this year, or is it just me? Because my like scam blocker or scam notification has just been going haywire this year. And they're all just like using local numbers now, or more often than they used to. My grandma almost got scammed. Thankfully, she got lost on her way to the bank and never got to send the money. Dude. Like, I remember, who was it? It was some friend's dad. We were hanging out at my friend's house, and his dad's like, hey, I need you to come talk on the phone to this person. I can't understand a thing they're saying. And of course, it was like a call center overseas calling in. And we got on the phone with this person, and like their dad had already given this person remote access to their computer because they were claiming that they could speed up their computer, they could make it faster, they could make it run better. And as soon as they got access, they were just like, oh, yeah, just send us like $250 and we'll make your computer super fast. I'm like, you shut all this shit down now. Cut it all off. Like, delete everything on your computer, factory reset it, whatever you got to do. Because, like, this thing is compromised now. Well, they sounded so nice. Like, yeah, because you're about to give them all of your passwords and everything else stored on your computer. Okay, 40 seconds to round number 6. Last round of the Swiss. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, like we assumed. 2. So those 2 are guaranteed getting in. Out of these 10, 5 will advance for sure with a win. Then 1 will drop to the X2s. 1 spot. I'd rather get scammed on turn 1, not lose all my savings. I'd rather get griefed than deal with these phishing scams. Anything in the sideboard you would change for the current deck? Probably not a ton. Well, it depends. If the deck ends up being more of a traverse shell, then I'll probably look at cutting like some of the extra copies of the traverse targets. This hand's pretty bad, right? Turn 1 Nethergoyf, turn 2 like Battle Rage the Nethergoyf, hit for 4. That's not much better. Need to be proactive. Ugh. Like, you got to be proactive in the blind. Devourer of Destiny. Maybe if that first hand had like a thought. Should I rethought that one? If I'd traversed for a land. Yeah. Maybe that first one was better than I gave it credit for. Turn 1, I could play another Goyf. Turn 2, I could fetch up whatever. Fetch up a Raucous Theater. And maybe flip something over and traverse. Maybe attack for 3 and like turn 4. It pretty well. So, maybe. Maybe. We're up against Through the Breach Eldrazi. Found another copy of the One Ring, so we need to find Thoughtseize. Would be a Thoughtseize. And they do have Through the Breach Emrakul. So any land lets them through the breach. I think I'm just going to risk it and say if they hit the land, they hit the land. Maybe we find a shadow here. I think I'm bottoming this or graving this. I think I need a shadow, like specifically. This doesn't hit players, right? Just creatures. Get back a Sundering Eruption, right? Ooh. Get back Nethergoyf next turn. Right, give me a shadow. Shadow. No. 2, 3. We've got sorcery, land, creature, instant. Just no chance that they don't have stuff to do. Unless they're just sitting on like a Kozilek's command. Guess it could be. I mean, the only way I'm winning this is if they brick on lands like 4 more times. I say 4 more times. Like 1 more brick on a land and we can at least try to present lethal. Okay. Well, we had our fun. Unfortunate. It would help a lot if all of these draw steps weren't hitting lands and then flipping over something that we didn't need. So land, sorcery, instant, creature. Can't do anything because of the ring. Glad we get to have a Thought Scour effect in Gen Colors. If only it actually did anything for us. Maybe they do something like not cast through the breach. They're like, I bet they can't deal with a Myco spawn. And then... All right. I'll give you this one. So, Charmaw, for sure. Break the Ice, for sure. Rakdos Charm. And we were like in debate on the Harsh Mentor. That's where we were like, don't know if it's worth it or not. Still don't know if it's worth it. It's like Harsh Mentor v Bowmasters. And I'm sure there's some argument for like, one's better on the play, one's better on the draw, whatever. I'm too lazy to figure out what that argument is. All right, well, we've given Tron the business once today. Let's see if we can do it again. Break the Ice, Croxa. If I fetch up a Surveil land, throw whatever it is in the bin. Break the Ice on 2 off of fetch land. That's 1, 2, 3 cards in the yard. Croxa on 3. 4 cards. I need 1 more to escape Croxa. I think I'm going to keep it. Because, like, I could Surveil into a Charmaw or another Break the Ice. Neither one of those would be really good. Or they just have turn 1 gemstone. Okay. Talk about number one on the list of cards that needs to be banned. Gemstone Cavern on the draw. Been Traverse. Not break a gemstone, but we can break a forest, Carplusian Forest. Come on, Charmaw. I guess that's not terrible because that does let us play out a threat this turn. Discard a Through the Breach. That is what we would call terrifying. Okay. Got the Kozilek's command. Yep. That card is disgusting. Kozilek's command just does everything Tron wants. Okay. Well, thankfully, Kroxa does not target. I got to do that one, right? Just take out the Ugin's Labyrinth. Okay, unkicked Myco spawn. Oh, so close. Hmm. Like, if I blow up a land, they've got 3 draws to find land through the breach payoff. I think I have to Kroxa. My thought process is If I break the ice, they have 6 cards to find land through the breach Croxa. Croxa, they just all of us. Well, I mean, if I go Dingo coming in hot with the raid, thank you so much. Welcome, welcome, everybody. I feel like we're about to be in similar situations. If I Croxa, then Battle Rage next turn probably ends the game if they don't have a copy of Break the Ice. Or not Break the Ice, All Is Dust. If I break the ice, the Temple, they still just have 5 mana. They play a land, and it's like I'm taking a turn off to make them take a turn off. You know what I mean? And I don't think I want to take a turn off to have them take a turn off. I think I just rather make them have something right now. But welcome, welcome everybody from the Dingo Raid. If it's your first time here, my name's Michael, or Cntrlfreak on Magic Online. Play a lot of Modern, especially a lot of Death Shadow. So if that's up your alley, you are in the right place. Playing some Jund Shadow in the challenge. Currently 4-1. Down a game 2 through the breach Eldrazi. So trying to keep from getting through the breach this turn, and maybe we can turn this game around. Really hoping for just a kicked Myco spawn. Or they have the All Is Dust. Devourer. Okay. Could be worse. Kind of. Could be worse, could be better. So try to see what we hit. What you got coming off the top? Ugin's Labyrinth. So they're going to take 3, go to 10. So my out is break the ice, double strike the Charmaw. They go to 10, or they go to 5, down to 2, and top deck Lightning Bolt. Sounds like a plan. Let's take out the Temple. Make sure this thing doesn't have reach. Take out the Temple. Attack him with the Charmaw. We'll proceed to Battle Rage. And for the content, top deck the Lightning Bolt. Survey says so close. So close. I guess we'll make them go to combat. I can smell the fear. Like, what if they have the Lightning Bolt? What if we had the Lightning Bolt? Probably would have cast it on upkeep, but you know. Back-to-back Devourer. I knew we should have put that, what's that 1 mana deal of damage? The MDFC card. Should have put that in here. All right, show me the next draw. Mm. That's about right. Yeah. Okay. I gotta look. So I guess there's like this slim little outside chance we make it on breakers. Not big, but we'll finish up our league in the meantime. We do have a 3-1 league cooking. Also with Jun Shadow. Let's wrap that up. So yeah, if it's your first time hanging out over here, welcome, welcome. Hope you are enjoying your evening. Usually streaming very, very sporadically. So if you happen to catch one of the live streams, always welcome around. We did just get approved for the MTGO content creator program. So if you are interested in like Death Shadow, especially, but we've also played things like Dimir Frogtide. We played Hollow One yesterday. We've got a lot of those videos over on YouTube. The link to the YouTube will come around eventually, or I think it's like down in the description. So if you enjoy modern content, then hopefully stick around and say hey. Mr. Nerd, CPB, thank you all so much for the follows. Hope you're both having awesome evenings. But yeah, just a fairly, hopefully relaxed place to check out content. We try to keep things competitive and somewhat good play. Love modern content. Makes two of us. Even though I will admit, where did that binder go to? Or that box? I have been working on putting together some other decks and paper. I found out there's like a somewhat okay local pauper scene. So I've started like throwing together mono blue Delver and pauper. And I have no idea if it's any fun or not, but I had like just, oh God. Would leave playing Tron to come play Tron. Whose sick joke is this? All right, Nether Goyfs for days. So, am I for sure playing a Nether Goyf here? Stanley, thank you so much for the follow as well. I think I am playing a Nether Goyf. We'll get it off the Overgrown Tomb. But I want the Nether Goyf to start clocking, and I can always like traverse for a basic swamp on my next turn. Eldrazi Temple. So we cracked the bauble on my opponent's turn. So if they did have a start like this with like a Thought Knot Seer, I'd draw that card on my next turn. They wouldn't be able to take it. Any weird spice with this list? Well, besides the fact that we're playing Jun Shadow in 2024, we do have this random little copy of Ripples of Undeath in here that's not been particularly good. We've got the Traverse package or some number of traverses to help grab stuff like Magebane Lizard and Obsidian Charmaul and Harsh Mentor out of the sideboard. We have beaten Nadu today. We've beaten Energy once or twice. Got Teamer Battle Rage, which we have Battle Rage some people. All right. Kozilek's commanded my Nether Goyf. A little bit rude. A little bit unfun. But for the most part, like, if you're interested in Shadow and Modern, especially Shadow, we have YouTube videos and streams testing like every card under the sun in every variation of Death Shadow you can imagine. I've been trying to do a good job of trying out other decks as well, but Death Shadow is like my bread and butter. It's where most of the enjoyment comes from. So you better believe if you're here, you're probably going to see like some decent shadow lists every now and then. Okay. I could play out a shadow to grow the Nethergoyf. Seems less than ideal, so we'll just play out a Tarmogoyf first. Maybe we can find a land and like bolt and grow the Nethergoyf instead of wasting a shadow. But really, Tron, we're just going to have like a tough time game 1, go to game 2 and 3 with all of our copies of like Charmaw and that jazz. Talisman of Curiosity or Expedition Maps. Didn't have enough mana. They needed more. Fetch land is actually very, very nice. So that's going to allow us to attack, play out Nethergoyf, bolt if need be. One card in hand for our opponent. So if their last card is dead, which they had 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 mana for Eldrazi last turn. Or they played the Talisman last turn. So they had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 mana for Eldrazi. So if they had something relevant, they could have cast it. We'll go ahead and fire off this bolt at them. Grow our Nethergoyf. Draw a card. Maybe we find like a Thoughtseize and we can Thoughtseize Shadow. Traverse. We can traverse for a Street Wraith. We'll save that for next turn potentially. Maybe they all is dust and we want to like traverse for a fetch and play a Tarmogoyf and a shadow to kind of rebuild. But yeah, for everybody hanging out, we are, like I said, currently 3-1 in this league. Hopefully going for the 4-1, waiting to find out our fate in the challenge. We did end up X2 in the Swiss. We're doing pretty well up until ran into a string of Tron decks the last couple matches. And then, of course, like hop over to the league and Tron. So I guess we're in the Tron part of the day cycle. Karn the Great Creator. Assuming go and get Ensnaring Bridge. Yep. Do we have any main deck outs to bridge? Let's traverse and see. We could find an Unholy Heat to answer the Karn. We could grab Kroxa to hit the hand. So at the moment, Kroxa looks like our only actual answer or only way to win through a bridge in the main. So what would that look like? Kroxa, knock a card out of hand, but then they can Karn, get Sundering Titan, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Couldn't cast Sundering Titan yet. I could go get Street Wraith, try to find a bauble, or not a bauble, try to find an Unholy Heat or a Bolt to take out the Karn. I think that's probably what I have to do. Get them even farther off of like a Sundering Titan. We'll give it like 2 draws to find the Karn. Not why I'm saying everything in their deck. 2 draws to find the Kroxa. And then if not, we'll go to game 2 for the sake of content. Phyrexian Metamorph. Like copy Karn, I guess. Be able to go get more stuff. Copy Bridge, sure. Well, my path to winning did not involve blowing up Bridge anyway. Kroxa? Nope. Yeah. Like we're not attacking, so let's play stuff out. And we'll give it 1 more draw, see if we find the Kroxa. If not, we'll move on with our lives. Or move on to game 2 at least. Not going to sit here and make y'all suffer through Tron. What is this? Go select command, make a bunch of spawns, draw a card. Sure. Doesn't really change what I was doing. Oh, what do we got? Karn for another bridge. That's fine because that actually gives me a way to win. So now am I like required to play this out now since they've given themselves a clock? Feels really weird to say. Yep. All right, we'll go to game 2. Who's ready for the One Ring to get banned on Monday? This guy. I don't think it actually will, but I am hopelessly optimistic. Got Charmals. We've got Break the Ices, Rakdos Charms. Get rid of some Heats. Get rid of Ripple. Get rid of a Bowman. And let's go. But I've got like this whole spreadsheet somewhere where I wouldn't be sad to see the One Ring and Nadu ban. I've got a list of like it every time a new set comes out, it grows. I got a list of cards that I think if you wanted to make Modern healthy, you would need to ban like this huge list of cards. And I always hate bringing it up because there's so many cards on the list that aren't even good. They just have like a poorly formatted design. And I would get rid of them for the sake of like making things fair in Modern. I think I'm throwing this back. I think this is a bit of a trap hand. I don't have double black, so even if I draw Break the Ice, I can't cast it. Bowmaster is not a very relevant threat. I could maybe Rakdos Charm like a turn 1 map, but I think I need to look for something more proactive. Does have a removal spell for a land. I'm going to keep it and be sad. Yeah, we'll throw back the mountain. I feel so bad about this hand. But I'm going to trust. See what you got coming up. Disruptor Flute. Why do you have Disruptor Flute in? So we got Tower, Temple, Haywire Might. Take like a Talisman and then a Kozilek's Command, or I guess we just go the other way and take Kozilek's Command and Talisman. Yeah, just take Kozilek's Command. Lightning Bolt, not the greatest draw in the world. Yeah, like if we're going down the problematic list. No. Going down the problematic list, it's a bunch of stuff like the Myco spawn. Not only the One Ring, Bowmasters is pretty egregious design. Nadu, as we already know, is pretty bad. Flage is going to get to the point of Uro at some point where it's just, oh, your control decks are running Flage as a finisher, your aggro decks are running Flage. Teferi, I think, is a terribly designed Magic card. It's a bunch of stuff that, like, I don't think needs to be banned on power level considerations. It's just if you wanted to have a format where decks are actually able to adjust and compete, there's a bunch of stuff that needs to go. I love having intellectual conversations on cards that can be unbanned mostly because they don't matter anymore. Hypergenesis. Hypergenesis will forever be my card that is safe to unban because it just doesn't matter. We've gotten to the point where if your Cascade spell resolves, you're winning the game. Whatever it is, you are winning the game. And Hypergenesis is just like another piece on that list of this doesn't matter. But once you get past that, there's a bunch of cards that could be unbanned. I just don't think there's like an actual reason to unban them. You'd be unbanning for the sake of saying you unbanned something. Unban everything for a month and then see what really needs to stay on the BNR. I would be so in favor of aggressively unbanning cards and then turning around and like aggressively policing the format. Just unban stuff all over the place and then come back and like let it be legal for 2-3 weeks and turn on the ban. I think that would be totally fine. Goldfish does that every few years. Eldrazi winner OP. Yeah, and it's fine if you say like, okay, Eldrazi winner is super good. Eldrazi is very oppressive. It's legal for 2 weeks. And then we ban Ayavugan and go to the next deck after that. But the only way that the plan functions is if you aggressively stay on top of those bannings and don't let things like sit around and stagnate the format for a while. And I feel like most of the time when there's issues, it's because cards sat around for too long when they should have been gone. I love it. Send a message with that spawn. I mean, every time Goldfish does the no ban list tournament, I believe it's always Eldrazi or 6 of the top 8. Yeah, because they unban everything, but don't have any sort of policing, right? It's just everything's legal, go for this tournament. But if they would unban everything and then ban a few things back and then have another tournament or give it another month and a few more things and have another event, then I think you would have a healthy format. But what I fear would happen is they would unban everything and then play a little bit, not reban anything, and all of a sudden you've just got a massive amount of cards that shouldn't be in the pool. People leave the format and go do something else. And then it's back to unhealthy. Or they just don't take the initiative to like ban the problematic things. Say, oh, well, the format will fix itself. Like, the format's pretty bad at fixing itself when the things that are really, really good are really, really good. Okay. So, opponent's got all the mana in the world. They got cards to draw. We are going to sacrifice a Nethergoyf. But Wondering absolutely needs to go. This card is horrendous. And I cannot stand the arguments of like, oh, the Wondering makes fringe decks playable again. Like, no, your fringe deck doesn't matter. It's the fact that it has the Wondering in it. So we don't get to see. Do we get to see where we ended up? There we go. We end up 17th. Missed top 16 by a point. Oh well. It was a fun one. MTG Holic makes it in as the X2. Ari's Axe is in. Our last opponent, second seed. Pretty fun one. Sexy Andy, what's up? Pretty happy catching you live from Kyrgyzstan. That's pretty sweet. I think you're the only person I know that's mentioned they're from Kyrgyzstan. Unfortunately, you called us right at the very end of the challenge. So I am going to have to send everybody away. I know, don't hate me. I understand it. But let's do a really quick little outro. First off, thanks everybody for hanging out, sticking out through the raid from Young Dingo. Dingo, thanks again for the raid if you're hanging around. Greatly appreciate all of y'all checking out the stream. If you aren't following, consider following. You don't have to, but it's great not only to let you know that we go live when we do, so you can come hang out, chat about Shadow, anything else, chat about bannings and unbannings. Otherwise, some links in the chat for the Twitter. It's the first place it gets updated whenever we go live, so if you want to know when a live stream's happening, the tweet goes out before everything. The YouTube, if you want to check out the YouTube channel, it's a really great resource for all things, especially Death Shadow, like I've said, but a few other options. And then I will drop a link in for Discord. We do have a Cntrlfreak Discord that is full of a really awesome bunch of people that not only are really good with Shadow, but really good with a bunch of other modern decks. Talk Sealed, Legacy, everything else under the sun. So dropping that link as well if you want to come say hey, see what that's all about. Otherwise, let's see. I think I saw Zeriak was streaming. Yeah. So we are going to send everybody over to Zeriak, who's playing some Mill in Modern. So if you want to check that out, feel free to stick around, share some love from the channel. Otherwise, hope you all have a fantastic rest of your evening. Stay safe, enjoy some good food and company. I will catch y'all back live later. Adios for now.